and at least we'll make sure that everyone gets the recording, that way you can have access to the slide deck, which we haven't yet made ADA compliant to share out, but we have lots of resources. And Nina and I will go through and make sure that all the resources are linked because we've added new things to the slide deck, and I'm not sure if we've added them onto the resource guide as well. So as we get started, I just want to make sure that there's no one new with us today. I'll just put that poll up as we begin all the background information and such. Okay, so wait, did I launch the poll, Dina? Okay, good. I accidentally closed it out, so I can't see what's going on with it. All right, I'll give that up, but keep that up for a moment as we just kind of share out some intro quotes, which looks like I'm not seeing anybody new yet. Although only looks like we still, I'm trying to see, I don't think the AI note taker will vote. So since we don't have anyone new, I'll just go click through and see if there are any resources in the notes. I'll go ahead and end that. Looks like we have no one new, so I'll go ahead and skip through those. I do have a resource on here. Oh, it's on the resource guide. I know this one is, so I will not worry about that one, as well as the equity statement. I don't know if I shared this one last time. I think I shift them up every now and then when it comes to what's going on in the world. And right now I have a statement here. Sorry, this is article on 31 stories for 31 days of AAPI Heritage Month that I'll put in the chat box for you. And Nina, if you have the resource guide up, maybe you can make sure that the things I put in the chat box are also unleashed on the resource guide for us. We also are sharing, of course, our program and framework from the Washington MTSS, and just bringing us back together one last time that this is the focus where we are talking about when it comes to looking at framing what we do under both systems and structures and instructional and curriculum. Today, in this series, we've been focusing on instructional and curriculum, but we need to make sure that gets placed within the larger picture of everything that's required for MTSS to be successful. We all know, since we don't have anybody new, we've been through with us before, and maybe Nina can help me remember to fix those hearts before we do this again. They're a little bit low.
Oh, and they're not red.
Yeah, we'll fix those.
Okay.
Just some things to remind us. I do have some new versions of the Zoom reminders and tips. I'll bring them all up because you all know how to annotate by now. However, I will help. Krista has VPS. Maybe Nina, you could add Tacoma for Robin and Shelton for Abby as we're talking. And I can skip this because we have no one new. But I do have I will grab the Jamboard link for us here. Looks like Melissa is joining. And I think, Melissa, you have VPS too, right? Be careful, I saw that you're driving. We'll put up our what are we looking forward to, our warm-up as we settle in. Oh, it looks like somebody's emailed about it. Oh, let me check that. Maybe they're not able to get in. Let me check and see. Huh, somebody was not seeing an email with the link. I will respond with that while you.
Yeah, if you guys want to pick something that kind of you're looking forward to this summer, and you can put it in the chat, and then we can take a moment and share out if you're interested.
Let's see what's coming in. Nina, what are you looking forward to?
I was trying to figure out what the bottom left photo is, but I am looking forward to all of these. I think the beach photo is speaking to me today the most. Abby, oh, sorry.
I was just noticing, I think we're both thinking the same thing. Visiting family in Wisconsin, travel and a good book. The bottom left is my kids just hanging out under a tree and on some rocks.
Oh, I love it.
When they were younger and smaller. So for me, I look forward to when it gets warm enough for berry picking. It's still amazingly early. Krista says beach. It's around the corner. So it's amazing how quickly it is, isn't it?
Yes, and how cold it still is.
Mhm. We have a couple people who've joined us. I don't think that they are new to our series, though, so I don't think we need to explain and do introductions anymore. But I will share that we do have the Jamboard open, and if you have a moment to go to the Jamboard, let me pull that up for us so that I can demonstrate. I have too many things open already. Okay. The kayaking picture, oh, with you on that, Angela. I've been doing that already, but it's still a bit cold for it. Oh, thank you, Nina, for putting the Jamboard link in. So on the Jamboard, we have our parking lot here and a place for you to tell us who's here. So there's Abby's here with us. And make sure if you haven't been, Angela, I think, yes, Angela from Heights. And we have Miss Lutz, if I don't know if you're here or not. So feel free to add in anything here or anything, any place else that you'd like to communicate and join in through the group, but we will be doing some activities on that as well. Okay, so that takes us to today. Is our last in our series. Nina and I looked through the survey we gave you last time, and frankly, everything was kind of all across the board. And so hopefully that if there are people who miss things, they can go back and look at videos. At the same time, we're trying to give a little bit of a smorgasbord today. So thank you for all that sharing. And we have some new learning and resources, but we're going to start with the review and reflect and connect like always, because last time we talked about fluency and fluent reading and strategic reading. And so I'm going to pass it to Nina to talk, because I think it's always great to go back and forth when one of us shares the new learning, the other one does a reflection upon it, and then we'll put you in breakout rooms to talk to each other.
Thanks, Alyssa. So yeah, just kind of as a reminder, on the next slide, we were talking about how reading fluency is complex. I was going to ask you to switch the slides. So here's just a statement from Hasbuck and Glaser from their publication in 2019. And just thinking about how reasonably accurate reading at an appropriate rate with suitable expression that leads to accurate and deep comprehension and motivation to read. And so really thinking about how all 5 of those kind of work together to help support our students as they're progressing in their fluency and kind of engaging in the reading process. And so we want to also think about like accuracy is not always enough, and just thinking about how we want to connect these things to strategic reading opportunities, thinking about giving more opportunities for second reads for students when that's available, so that they get an opportunity to really gauge the comprehension and practice some of that reading. We have in the next just this like really cool visual of a stool with those 5 different components on it. And so we have fluency at the top, and then thinking about how we have these legs to help hold that are the accuracy. So how accurate are the words that are being read, the rate. So how quickly and like accurately a quick, right? So not like they're rushing through, they're going through at an accurate rate. And then the prosody kind of goes with their intonation, and are they reading kind of in this way that sounds correct? So all 3 of those things will kind of come together to help support our students when they're working on their fluency.
Nina, before we go on, when you're talking about prosody, I have had the opportunity to review the new test of dyslexia by Nancy Mather and Barbara Wendling, Sherry Bell, I don't know that name, and R. Steve McCallum. And they have this great, I want to find out how much this is, because I told Lynn, I said, okay, I know I have to send the kit back, but can I keep this? I want to ask how much it is. It's a companion guide to the test, and it talks about interventions and recommendations. And it's a great brief, what our kids with dyslexia need. And they do have a section on fluency. And one thing that I think is interesting is when you look at all of the Hasbrook and Tyndall's, it goes through grade 6, whereas they also have a reference here by, this is from Carragher? No, this was table 7-1 here. Who is this? It doesn't say here. Oh, Johnson, 2016, where they have just a goal for each grade, and they go all the way through grade 8. So rather than all the 25th percentile, 50th percentile, 75th percentile, they just say, here's our goal. And so for grades 6 and 7, it's 150, and then grade 8, 151. So I thought that was an interesting food for thought about how quickly, because I know I've heard Jan Hasbrook say, too much over 100, you could start losing comprehension too.
Thank you. That's such a great resource. Is that something we can, I know we can't buy it, but is that a title we can add to the chat and then?
Actually, I was just given a link because I told the person who gets done to, I said, I want to, here it is. Here's this SKU to look for. She told me to head to the publisher, and I can pull up and take a look. Oh, I went to the wrong one. Let's take a look and see what we can find on that. Robin saying yes, please. So let me search the store. This was, let's see, oh wow, $75. That's not cheap. Looks like you can have it online or print companion. It's a great book though. I might do it anyway because it's a good just overview of what kids with dyslexia need and what to look for in the screenings. So we'll put that in the chat box if people are interested in that. I always like to prefer $50 or I'm not sharing screen. Sorry, I thought I was. I always prefer $50 or cheaper, but well, nonetheless, it's an interesting, the test itself is very thorough, and I've been enjoying reading this book. I said, can I have it for another 30 days so that I can continue reading more? And apologies here, I've got to figure out where were we. Make sure I'm on
No
the right.
worries. I was
There
just
we go.
adding that. So if you guys go into the resource link that we've given you today, I added it. The last bullet on today's date is that one. And then we gave a resource earlier today. That's the second to last bullet. So
Thanks, Nina.
yeah, no problem. All right. So we talked about automatic word recognition, which is really tied to orthographic mapping. And so there's this, general belief that first seeing and hearing words simultaneously is automatically going to lead to word recognitions for our students. And then that belief of like decoding and sounding words out just automatically gets us to being able to recognize these words. And there's really not that truth. The truth is that there's this process that our brain has to go through in order to take this unfamiliar word that we may not know that's printed in front of us and turn it into something that's recognizable in an immediate way. And that process that we talked about last time was orthographic mapping. So it's important to really kind of deepen your knowledge around supports in that and really look into that when considering students who are maybe showing some struggles in their reading process and how that ties into fluency and all of that, and then leads into comprehension.
That book addressed orthographic mapping too.
Yay!
So does David Kilpatrick's, which is only $50. So there are those options. I'll make sure
really
that's on the
good.
list too.
And then here were some takeaways that we shared or we tried to kind of gather together last time we met around this. And so thinking about how listening to our students reading, do they read accurately, automatically, and with expression? So we want to think of all of these different ways. We want to think about their prosody and their automaticity, all of that. We want to think about what tools are we using when we're kind of gauging our students' reading. And so the ORF, the oral reading fluency tool, is something that you will engage in and want to use with your students. But use it as a thermometer, right? So you're the one who's listening to them reading. We want to take multiple ORFs maybe throughout the year, not one right after the other, but maybe 2 to 3 throughout the year. And so we want to see how our students are kind of improving as we go through and what kind of areas that they're struggling with that we can then address. And so if I have a low ORF score, that can indicate that they might have a reading problem, but it's not necessarily a diagnostic for that. And so you want to take in consideration what is their comprehension for that as well, and really key in on some of the words that they're mispronouncing or misreading. And we want to teach our students to read well, not fast. And that makes me think about, what is it? Practice makes perfect. But then we will learn to know that's not it. It's perfect practice makes perfect or something like that. So we want to be doing it as correctly as possible. Practice makes permanent. That's wonderful. I love that. We want to do it as correctly as often as possible for our students to be able to practice that and become better at what they're doing. So I always tell my students that listening to fluent readers is also a really great way for them to engage in this work. So listening to audiobooks that are from fluent readers, or even having teachers do read alouds in class, can be really a great way to do that too.
Yeah, my high school English teacher read to us. She read to us The Stand and had to bleep a lot of words. That's all I remember. I don't remember the story at all. If she finished it, I don't remember.
Oh, that's funny. I read The Telltale Heart to my students one time, and I had a student walk in late to class and thought that I was like singing a spooky song to them the way I was saying it. I was getting really into the words, but yeah. So just a fun way to get it fun and engaging, and let they get to hear good reading or good pronunciation of words. And we think, oh, I'm not going to do a read aloud. That's a waste of time. No, like you're just hitting so many areas with them when you could do that, something like that. So just thinking about developing fluency, we don't want to just worry about guessing what a word is. We want them to sound it out, and that's decoding. That's when we talk about decoding. We want them to read things accurately, and so not necessarily slowly, but we want them to slow down so that they can develop that accuracy. And again, that's orthographic mapping. And then we want them to be able to do it in a way that is automatic. So in a fast way in their brain where they can quickly just recognize a word. And that comes from repeated practice. So they need to practice so that they can make that permanent. And then Alicia, you were showing.
It wasn't about the fluency per se, but it was about when we talk about decoding. I'm sure you've seen this stoplight that I have in where it talks about the sounds, the letters that sound words you can just go, and these are trick words, think words. You have to slow down and think, and they call these C words, stop and think. So kind of like I have my clear, the easy, the simple, complex, and much more complex kind of sound symbol correspondences. They do that as well for thinking about the decoding.
I
It's always
love
nice to
that.
see what your thoughts and someone else's. Like, it's kind of affirming.
Yes, yeah, I love that. It's good to see that. Thank you. And then these are just some of the levels of understanding. So thinking about when we try to strategize how we're going to support our students. So understanding the surface code. So understanding words and sentence construction, that can be really helpful when developing our students' reading practice and their fluency. When they're trying to work on making meaning of the text space, we want to help them understand how units of meaning work together. So talking about word parts, looking at breaking down and chunking text when working with students can be really helpful with this, and having them kind of look for words within that chunk that you can kind of break down and work on as a team. And then when we want to work on with our students around constructing a situation or a mental model of the text. So think about integrating successive units of meaning. So Alicia, what do you want to say more about that one? Because I think
I think when I think successive units of meaning, I think that about, and comes from Nancy Hennessy's reading comprehension, about diving deeper and deeper and deeper and looking at different layers. And so when I think about different units of meaning, I think of whether it be at the sentence level, the unit is the sentence, or the unit is the paragraph, or the unit is the essay, trying to build from the smaller pieces to the larger pieces to understand those. I also think about, and I hope it's in our resources, maybe you can check for the thick and thin questions that did we share those with those cards, with the question cards? The green cards were there were blue ones with information. What was that was fictional, and the green were nonfiction. Does anybody remember those? That's okay. I will go grab them while we're sharing this.
yeah, thank
It's the
you.
last one.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah. And so I think that some example strategies for how to support our students around some of the things we've just been sharing from the last time that we talked. We want to work on activating prior knowledge, giving them opportunities to predict before they read. I would have my students even predict before every other like paragraph or so. And really, these would be oral predictions as we go through as well. So it doesn't have to be a written prediction every time, but they could start out with that written prediction. And then as we go through, we could insert some other predictions as we're trying to gauge what's going on with the characters or whatever text we're reading, the science text we're reading. Through that, we're working on questioning. So we want to have our students create questions. We can create questions that would be interjected as we go through the reading passage. And so that's why a second read is really awesome, because that can be a time to add some questions that we can interject with students. Visualization opportunities, have students draw what they think is going on in the text, have them draw what they think the word is. They can create gestures of the word as a group, and we can try to guess what the words are. And then just other ideas are clarifying, going back and giving them intentional corrective feedback in the moment. So fixing it up can be helpful. Having them practice drawing inferences from the text. So pulling in some inference sentence stems can be really helpful. You can throw them down at the table. And then always having our students take a chance to either summarize what they read or summarize that they learned and retell. So it could be in a turn-in talk with their neighbor. It could be a think, write, pair, share. It could be out loud. So all of these ways they could have a chance to kind of work on that. Let's go into our groups now. Are we going to do whole group? I think I saw whole group in the chat.
There was a call for whole groups, but I will put up the prompt for us to have a conversation. And there was also something in the last slide that I wanted to bring up that we shared. We haven't shared yet, and this was the IES guide that looks like this on improving adolescent literacy, effective classroom and intervention practices. I'm not sure if we've addressed it before, but it's a great resource that talks about some and we have some new ones too that we're going to share later that we found just this week. But I mean, some of these things that we've already been talking about: explicit vocabulary instruction, direct and explicit comprehension strategies, extended discussion of text meaning and interpretation, increasing motivation and engagement, and making available intense and individualized interventions for students who are struggling. So I'm going to go back to that prompt for us, but we can come back here, and I did put it into the chat. I'll make this a little bit bigger so they're easier to read. Those recommendations. Here we go. But our prompt was, what have you done or thought about fluency and different text types since we last talked? Or fluency and strategic reading, really. I think that text type might have been from last year. So rather than a breakout room, we're just going to keep it a whole group. We're a small enough one. Although I think we have, I don't know if Melissa's in twice or if we have two Melissas. But we have only 7 people. And it sounds like people I hope that you'll be willing to share and open up, because again, those are when we have the opportunities to learn from each other. But when we do talk about the question of text types, that's one of the things that Nina and I found a great new resource that we'll share and talk about too. Okay, great, Melissa. I thought that might be you twice. So because this was originally designed as a PLC where we kind of talk about the learning together, Nina and I, that's one of the reasons we wanted to have opportunities for you to connect with each other and discuss with each other. If we're going to do this whole group, we would love to open up the floor and stop talking, or for someone to unmute and take it away. What are some thoughts you have? Thanks, Abby. I was going to say, or you can either unmute or you can raise your electronic hand to be next.
Yeah, so we just started doing sections of Midsummer Night's Dream, and it's with our freshman class, and it was really interesting because we're having them read some sections aloud because it's like a play, so you want to like read through it a little bit. And so obviously it's challenging because it's Shakespeare, right? But the kids are having a lot of fun with it. And just something that I noticed, there was one student who just like had this amazing reading fluency as he was like reading his part. And I was so surprised because his work and his like comprehension does not reflect that. Whereas another student who like works really hard and seems like he just gets everything. His reading fluency was like not at all where I thought it would be. Like lots of, to the point where I was wondering, I'm like, do you like, are you reading things like maybe you are dyslexic? And I don't know at all. I don't think that he is, or he hasn't been diagnosed with it or anything, but it was just like really surprising to me, like those two differences. And it kind of brought up what we've been talking about, like where reading fluency is only one piece of this like broader puzzle of comprehending a text. So that's kind of where I'm at with it.
I mean, it makes me think of the stools that we talked about, and that it's like which pieces where. Whoops, not that one. This one. With where are those struggles, and is it accuracy? Is it the automaticity? And because fluency is a step to comprehension, and it's a necessary, important step. Go ahead, Robin, and then maybe Melissa is chiming in. You haven't unmuted, Robin.
My computer's super slow, so everything is like delayed. Um, what Abby made me think about too is that sometimes it's not just, well, it is those three prongs, but like the practice in our older secondary students, how much have they have practice actually reading out loud and having teachers listen to them? And so, and especially a complicated text like Shakespeare, right? Where you would have to pay attention to how the words are constructed and the sentence constructed. And I just think about something, because I work with teachers on a kind of district level. So like one of the things that I've been doing since the last time is this press of having not only students read out loud, but read sections multiple times because they need the practice with the words sometimes, and practice saying the words, as well as kind of having some moments to even understand the words to get to the fluency. And so a lot of my secondary teachers, they kind of put a text cold in front of the students and just expect fluency and comprehension. And for various reasons, that doesn't always happen, right? And it's also confidence. So just some thinking. So it made me think about that, especially when you get that second practice, it's easier to move to that prosody kind of rung a little bit.
Well, additionally, Robin, you mentioned something about earlier on when you first started talking about phrasing. And it made me think of this practice. Now, granted, this is from a fourth grade example from the Florida Center for Reading Research. I mean, if you scroll up to the top, it does talk about, where's it? It doesn't say the grade level, but I got it from a fourth grade thing, I think. But thinking about how do you chunk the text? I mean, this one's a quick one, but I mean, if you said, for example, I wouldn't chunk it here. I would say, when Sam heard the garage door open. That's a phrase that tells me when something happened. Next to the door tells me where something happened. As soon as Matt opened the door to come in the house, that's a when. As fast as he could, that tells me how he ran out. So thinking about grouping words, going instead of word by word to phrase by phrase as the step toward the prosody. Because if we go back to that stool, it's like, yeah, you might be able to read all the words correctly and appropriately, but what about when you put those words together? That's the big step I think is missing in going from those first two to the prosodic. What's the adjectival form of prosody? To reading with prosody. You know, it's like you need to start chunking instead of going word by word.
And I think the other thing you just modeled that we sometimes don't always do in a secondary classroom is a very explicit, direct think aloud and modeling of the process of how you do it in your brain. And you just did that pretty seamlessly, right? Like, but that doesn't always happen. We kind of explain what things are, but don't really show them how they work in a head.
Well, and I think that that's something I will attest to my Slingerland training. This is a very Slingerland approach to really break it down that way. And even, let me get my pen here. I'll draw it here. Even if you're thinking about, okay, Sam saw a butterfly, and then we have this and it's connecting. What else did he do? chased it down what? A path. Oh, okay. What else? And through the tall grass. So I've got this, we have so many things that we don't say in our writing often that are just assumed. So he's chasing it. What is the it? Oh, the butterfly. And he's chasing it where? Down a path and through the tall grass. Those are two places that he's chasing it. And so it's that connection that sometimes our kids struggle with. They're just going to read all the words as if they're individual things rather than how they connect together. And that's where grammar comes into play so much, is when we recognize this is what he did, but he also did this. And then this tells me where he did it, and this tells me where he did it. So thinking about those phrase, and especially phrasal verbs. Nina, did we put in the thing my new Rob words that we found? I don't think we did. I've become, one of my new favorite YouTube channels is Rob Words, and the most recent one that I found, he talks about phrasal verbs. It's called "Why Is English Weird?" And one of the things he talks about is the phrasal verbs, that we have so many. Here it is right here. We have so many phrasal verbs in our language, and that's really hard, especially for our second language learners. Because like and we saw some examples too. Whoops, where'd they go? Here on this one, to chase down. Because it's, well, actually that was not bad. Down the path is where he chased it, through the grass. But when you say, for example, put in or turn on, to turn on a light, those are examples of phrasal verbs. It's not you're actually turning on the light. You are turning on. To turn on is the phrasal verb. And that's really, really complicated as well. So I'll grab this and share it too, as soon as it goes past the advertisement. Melissa, did you have some thoughts?
No, I'm not in the classroom right now. And so like as for application, I don't have very many good examples, but so I was just listening. I just wanted to turn my video on.
Well, thank you. I appreciate having the nonverbal feedback as well. So here's what he's talking about. There's to lie down as an example of a phrasal verb. So I'll put that in. It's just so fascinating for me to look at English through the lens. And here's the other one I really liked, was the great vowel shift and how it ruined English spelling. Just learning about the complexity of our language, I think, is so useful for us to think about as native speakers, the challenges of somebody who's learning English as an additional language. It is a very complex language, and apparently, according to statistics, what he's sharing here is there are a lot of things that we do that other languages don't. And so this has been a fascinating watch for me. So thank you. How about, let me go back to our prompt question. We have Krista, Angela, Nadia, something that you'd like to share in thinking about developing fluency.
Sorry, I'm trying to finally eat my lunch for the day. I do fluency. I'm a lab teacher, so we use DIBELS. So students are assessed with fluency as part of that process. But getting some elementary teachers on board with fluency, like they didn't quite understand like why they need to be taking the time to do that. And so this year I've really worked hard to get them benchmarking 3 times a year, progress monitoring those that are below grade level in the in-between, and just really trying to share the importance of fluency. Because every building I've been at before, it was just like an expectation. And so a lot of our teachers teach in isolation. There's only one teacher per grade level. So just trying to get those practices in place has been a little bit of a challenge this year, but I know that, when I taught in a classroom, like there's no way I could have taught without doing fluency, because it tells you exactly where your kids are at. And if they can't read fluently or they struggle to decode, you're going to find out in that 1-minute fluency. So just trying to spread the love with the oral reading fluency at my building.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we'll support you in that.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Krista, and then we'll have Abby come back.
Oh, well, mine's going to be boring. Sorry,
Here-
can you hear me?
Yes,
Mine's,
we-
I'm just like Melissa. So we're in the same position. We're at the district helping to support out there.
Well, nonetheless, we appreciate the contributions, and I'm sure that, I mean, never boring. We always have things that things that might be circling in your mind that you think about, that you would feel free to, any connections or thoughts that you have. I mean, like I said, I haven't been in a classroom as a teacher in many years. I've taught people to become teachers, and I've been in their classrooms, but not my own in a long time. But nonetheless, I think the more I learn, the more I'm sure, Krista, that there is much we could learn from you and what you do as well. I saw Abby and then Angela.
Yeah, so I was just like kind of going back to that student who was, rightfully so, struggling to read Shakespeare because it's Shakespeare and it's the end of May and everybody's just like done. But he's also a student when we do like independent reading time, because we do a reader's workshop model. He really prefers an audio version of the book. And I wonder if that's like not connected, where like when he is reading, he lacks that reading fluency. So that can kind of interfere with his comprehension and like, even just like keeping up a pace and not getting frustrated. So that's just kind of an observation that I had. And I would like to say, like, we didn't just jump into Shakespeare. We did do a lot of like vocabulary prep and everything, and did our best. And we also kind of said, like, if you don't understand everything, that's okay. Like, this is meant to be performed. So if you just are getting the gist of what's going on, then that's great. Because it is, it's the end of year where it's a comedy. We're just kind of having fun with it too. So it's a little bit, yeah, kind of like that. But
Remind me, I've been so in the moment. Which one did you say you're reading with them?
Midsummer Night's Dream. Yeah.
My son is reading Romeo and Juliet, and last summer he got to see it. So I think that really, I mean, when you see it in action, it gives you that context of what's going on, that the exact words, yes, they do have a lot of meaning, but nonetheless, you try and get the feel first.
Yeah, we started by watching the movie first, so that they did have kind of like that background, and we've been reading it together, pausing frequently to kind of just make sure they get the gist of it enough to be able to work with it, but they're having fun.
It is a fun one. Angela, did you want to contribute?
I did have a lot of connections made when Abby shared about the student that was able to fluently read, but then the comprehension piece was not there. I have also seen that with a student that I'm currently working in. It's really challenging because usually we think, oh, it's hard to teach a student how to read, but this is like, they know how to read, they could pronounce everything, decode, the comprehension is just not there. But something that I've been finding out as working with the student is that the vocabulary is very low. So just giving that opportunity to talk about the vocabulary and coming back to it is very beneficial for that student, and I think for many more who might struggle that way. And then someone said about thinking out loud. That is a very powerful tool, especially in middle school. Since, like, we know we don't really have, or in our system, we have not developed yet to give more opportunity for middle school students to read aloud or get comfortable with reading. And they are reading to learn, but kind of like it was mentioned, it's a struggle for them. And the more opportunities we provide and the more we actually like think out loud, like, oh, wait, this sentence could mean, especially during like read alouds, we don't really see that in middle school, but those are very powerful, especially to break down the text, to share the thinking process that like comes through us as readers. Because a lot of times they just don't know how to do that. They're like, oh, wait, I don't know. I don't understand. I'm lost. And another aspect is that background knowledge, they don't all have background knowledge of what they're reading because they're reading to learn, but then they're learning something new, and so they don't know exactly what's going on. But
And
those are
that's
thoughts
crucial.
that were running in my head.
I appreciate that. It's so crucial. I also think when you were talking about the kids that Abby had mentioned who can decode, but they struggle to read or to understand. My question would be, when you said these kids, Angela, you talk about another one where the kids can read fluently. My question could be, are they reading word by word, or are they recognizing phrase by phrase? Because that's two very different things. The kids who can read every word if you gave them a list, versus what do they mean in context and how do they work together? So that would be my, that's why I want to take fluency further and say, what is, let's pull it apart even more, is when you say he reads fluently, what does that mean? Melissa, do you have go ahead. I may have distracted or not, but
No, that was perfect. I was just echoing what Angela was saying. Is when she was speaking, it just went right back to, I love that she was talking about how important that student talk is. We use that word collaboration all the time, but it is in the secondary world. A lot of times we're like trying to like push down that content because we only have so much time, and and we forget to pause. And when we're allowing kids to talk about the content, it's naturally doing that background knowledge. It's making connection to the current material, to what they, what they knew, and different contexts, right? Like if you take the word, oh gosh, now I can't think of one, but I don't know, lift,
word
right?
divide. Which one did you think?
Yeah, like a word that has multiple meanings, right? And you take one, and kids can like, what's the first thing that comes to your mind about that word? And that builds that, different meanings. Like, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know, and so it just naturally, and they're building relationships at the same time. It's that big win, so I don't know. I hear you. And I'm glad that it's being acknowledged. Yeah.
I think about, Melissa and Angela, when you're talking about the background knowledge and that vocabulary and those connections. I hope that we shared the video on background information. It was a real short one, but I think about a Velcro wall that you want your fuzzies to be really thick so that your new words have something to stick to. And if it's really smooth, that Velcro has nothing to stick to. So you want it to be thick and the thick fingers, if you want to call it. Well, this has been a great conversation. Let's continue to have it. But we do have some more things that we want to share with you. So before we jump into, whoops, let me clear that off. I want to share an article I found. Nina, it says here today, but I don't know exactly when that was. Earlier this week, we found it. And now you can see it's from January. But in fact, I think I already had it up. I did. So let me close that. This was from NWEA, and I really appreciated this one. It was just nice kind of focusing on that fluency and comprehension that we were talking about. But then there were also some resources when I scroll down. One, use repeated reading. We've talked about that. Of course, my first caveat is that works if the kids can read the words accurately. So you don't want them repeating reading if they're reading it wrongly. So I would also say that writing is such a crucial piece to reading as well. And so we've got some examples here, some fluency protocol. I don't know if we clicked on that one yet. But making time for word analysis and syllabification. We talked about that a lot with the decoding pieces. Don't forget the comprehension. And then this is an article, Building Background Knowledge Through Reading, Rethinking Text Sets, that I'm going to put this whole thing in for you. I did pull up the article. It's one where you have to download it. So I have it as a PDF on another side, but I just want to visit a couple things on it that I really appreciated. So this is the article. I'll scroll up to the top for us. Building Background Knowledge Through Reading, Rethinking Text Sets. It's from 2017. And let me move this over so I can get this. If you, one who doesn't like scrolling, I'll be quick because there are a couple of things that I want to jump to. 1, this one. And it's such a great reminder. This is 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 a great reminder. This of the stresses on their text experience. It's not just the difficulty of the text. I mean, Abby, you were talking about Shakespeare, and Lena, earlier you were talking about Edgar Allan Poe, but how much reading volume do they do, or do they have to do? Are they expected to do? Do they have the background knowledge to understand it? Do they have the motivation? I mean, look at all those different stressors. I thought that was appreciated. You can see I highlighted about alternatives to single texts, companion texts, complementary texts, synoptic texts, and conflicting texts. I thought that was an interesting one. There are a couple other, this one, I thought, of course, this is, yes, of course. This is what we call the Matthew effect, that better readers read more, they have more time spent reading, which enhances their background knowledge. That background knowledge makes reading easier, and because it's reading, they're going to be more likely to do it. But that wasn't one of the ones that I really wanted to bring our attention to. It was down here when we talk about a quad text set framework. So we talked about text sets in the past, and I think this is a great example of how to do that. So figure 3, you can see some rationale. Let's increase why they're, how much reading that they're doing, so we can have some related texts. Let's think about how complex it is and get that challenging target. Let's build background knowledge. Let's build their motivation as well. And so you see this framework of, you have your challenging text in the middle, and you have visual or video things to activate the background knowledge to start them thinking about it. You have those informational texts to build additional knowledge to make you build your Velcro. And you have accessible text to help make sure that everyone's able to access and connect. And they even have some examples, that Nina and I were looking through. Oh, not yet here, but you can see obviously things we've talked about, like before, during, and after reading. Academic vocabulary, that looks familiar, doesn't it? A preview to help stimulate their background knowledge. Graphic organizers for the understanding the organization of that text. Reading guides, paired reading, disciplinary strategies. You can see Shanahan a lot here. Discussion, writing summaries, etc. But I'm going to get us to the samples. So they give an ELA sample and a social studies and a science. But I'm going to start here. And how many of you do To Kill a Mockingbird? So I think this is so nice and concrete of, okay, your text, your target text here is To Kill a Mockingbird. Let's start with some visual texts, some videos. Let's have some differentiated informational text so we understand the context. We have the text itself, and we have excerpts from the trial to help for accessibility. And then we come back to the target text. There's also, these are some more examples of different texts. So you can see The Fall of the House of Usher. We were talking about Edgar Allan Poe, Flowers for Algernon, William Stafford poem, Macbeth. Here we go. We've got some excerpts from the scenes. Abby, like you had said, you watched it first. Here's some informational sources on Macbeth so that we can understand what was going on. I don't think I've ever I have ever explored it that in depth, and I think that would be really interesting to do. Why we're not still not over the Tonya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan scandal. Be interesting to see how they connected that. And then we've got social studies. You can see an example from, actually, this is a science one about genetics, and some more science examples, as well as then social studies and some more social studies examples. You can tell I'm an ELA person that I'm moving more quickly through those. So that was an article that we thought we really connected to some of those pieces that we were talking about. We did hear a call out in your surveys, though, to go back a little bit to the accuracy piece, the orthographic mapping and the decoding. And so I thought this is helpful to look at what are those stages of accuracy, because I hear a lot of people say, well, he can read and write phonetically, but beyond that, he may struggle. And so that's that first stage when he is able to like look at a word and figure it out letter by letter or sound by sound. But the next piece is when we put those letters together to make more complex graphemes. And so that, like our digraphs and our trigraphs. Whoops, I have an extra comma in there. And then, of course, the next step is when we're starting to understand meaning and how that influences our reading and writing. So that's the morphemes and recognizing when you had, for example, divide, and you have division, and you look at those connections and how things are meaning, the connections between divide and division, or divisible, and so you see how all those are connected, and that's looking at the prefixes and the suffixes and the bases. Anything you want to add on here, Nina? We didn't divide up this section. I can go slowly too for us all to just have a conversation as things jump up to you rather than waiting. If there's something that you want to comment on or react to, please do it. We don't have to wait till the designated time with our small group today.
No, this is perfect. Yeah.
And that goes to all of you as well. All right, so those are the stages. When we talk about how to establish the accuracy, I took this from, as I mentioned, Shanahan. I found an article, or actually it was a blog a few weeks back, where somebody asked him, does the science of reading include middle school? And he's saying, of course, yes. And he's really focusing on the need for building vocabulary and background knowledge, but he's also saying, what about those kids who are struggling with the accuracy piece? And I really appreciate this dedicated explicit phonics intervention, in addition to anything else you can provide to support their literacy learning. And so I like this quote that, it's not enough, but you can't, it's a foundation that you absolutely need. And I know that people often talked about in the survey, what about if you're not teaching ELA? So Abby, you mentioned you also teach Spanish. And I know we've had science teachers and social studies teachers. And I think that that's the most wonderful place for thinking about morphemes. They're on my morpheme list, and Nina, we're gonna have to check and make sure it's in their resource guide. But I do have it here in the morphemes piece. There's some great science morphemes. That's semantics. Here we go. Love these science morphemes where you can start thinking about the connections you mentioned between different words, Melissa. I don't know, or maybe it was Angela. But I was looking at, let's do genetic. We would have that conversation. Oh, can I click here? No, it looks like I have to scroll down to group 7 here. Oh, where is it? It's going slowly. They've made 100 cards, but you can look and see some of these examples here. So, oh, there's a directory, but like to generate, gene, genetic, hydrogen, look at all those have to do with make, geo and earth. So these are Greek. And so they've got Latin and Greek words going together with the cardio from cardiologist, cardiovascular, hemo. So I think that focusing on Greek and Latin roots, and again, it's still coming up, is something that you can really focus on in science and in social studies. So breaking apart those morphemes, breaking apart seeing the connections among them. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, oh, sorry, Alicia, I was just going to interject. I think that and I know we were talking about think alouds and things like that, but as a secondary teacher, coming in with a warm up or even an activator for students and working through something like this, where maybe they have, a quick write or a few sentences and we circle all the words with prefixes, and then maybe we pull a couple out and we go through the process of how can I dissect this word part? And that doesn't mean we have to do every single one, but going through that process of that think aloud with them then kind of gives them the ability to think, okay, I can try this with another one. And we would try to do this maybe 3 to 5 times a week. So just that 10-minute activator time just can be such a big help with students and kind of integrating this work. So when thinking about secondary, it doesn't have to be a whole big lesson. They don't have to be in a pull-out class for it. You can do it in class with them, and it could be part of your activator.
When I was reading through and people asking about the morphology particularly, I used to have I do have a big binder, and I looked and it was part of language exclamation point program. And it was back in the days when we didn't think so much about making copies of such. And I had pages and pages, I don't know if I copied them or I got them from somebody who copied them, they would take a root and something like SPIR, spear, and they would have all of these words that have that root. And one of the resources that I learned, and I know I've shared this before, but just to remind people, is like, okay, let's look for those words that have SPIR. We're going to sort them by commonness and filter by commonness. And we have inspire and spiritual and a spirograph. That's interesting. And dispirited and spiritually and spiritualistic. And spirals and respire and conspire, and think about all if you have conspire and even aspirin. I wonder if that's somehow related. And I could go to Edam Online to look at the relativity. This is just looking at that letter string SPIR. And so the book would have lists and lists of these for the kids to then think about those connections. Another example would be like port. Transport, passport, seaport, carport, import, export, sporty. I'm wondering if there's a relationship there. So just looking at these connections, I think, is really crucial with that. I'll put one like in the chat too, because that's for people who weren't familiar with my one look favorite over there. All right, so morphology and decoding, we've talked about this a lot, but just as a reminder, that decoding, translating words from print to speech by matching their letters and their combinations. But with morphology, we're looking at prefixes and suffixes like you had talked about. And I do have found something on routines and practices. I don't recall this, but I'll pull this up. With a progression of morphological knowledge. So this is, I'm down at the bottom of it, a resource guide to the foundational skills. This is for resource for implementing an ELA ELD framework. This is the California one, isn't it? And so what I appreciate is that I know exactly why it was down so low. I'm looking for this. These are the critical foci. Stop it. Okay, we're just going to go this way. In instructional and closely rated skills by grade level, you can see it starts at K, and then it goes up here through 9 through 12. And notice the focus in even starting younger in 4th and 5th grade on Greek and Latin affixes and roots. And 6 to 8, we've got that Greek and Latin affixes and roots. We've got conventional spelling using consolidated knowledge of the written system, reading fluency. It's not listed in 3rd, 6 to 8 grade level standards, but it's relevant. So this is in California, they pulled out and consolidated what they found in the Common Core standards. So I thought this was a useful reminder for us. I'll put that in the chat box of it. And then, this one, a couple other things, teaching encoding and why it's essential to literacy. And then dyslexia IDA has morphological awareness, one piece of the literacy pie. I'll put both of those into the chat box for us. So this is more about morphology and morphological awareness. We have some exercises and things we can do in a bit too. But just that, there was a spelling routine too. I'll put that up for us. So just talking about that, how they work together to help students read and spell. This one is a Slingerland demonstration. I'll pause the recording and I'll share with sound so we can watch a little bit of this together. An example of using this in spelling and writing. It's long, we won't watch the whole thing, but I paused the sharing instead of the recording. Let me fix that. Go resume recording. They're able to do that really structure because this was at you can see it's Hamlin Robinson School. It's at a school for kids with dyslexia. So that's why they're doing so much intense writing and working with this. But this is one side of the lesson is the writing. They also do the reading on the other side. And so they're bringing both of those pieces together. So I'll open up to the group. Any thoughts on that before we go into some exploration and practice?
I guess I'll chime in. I guess I feel like something like that would actually be helpful in teaching Spanish. This is my first year teaching Spanish, and I think what I'm struggling with is like pushing the kids to the fact that like when you're learning a language like that, to a certain extent, you just have to memorize stuff. And a lot of our kids are like, they don't want to. Like they don't want to put in the work that it would take to do that. And so I have to really build in structures and routines to support that memorization practice for them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something I'm just not used to doing. I'm used to teaching ELA at the secondary level where we don't really do a lot of that kind of stuff. So that's, yeah, it's just interesting because it's, you know, in Spanish instead, but something like that where we are kind of just like rehearsing as a class some of these words so that they can start to get used to it.
I appreciate that. You also made me think of one of the other things that I meant as Nina and I were planning to find for you all. Back in my doctorate, too many moons ago, I had a class on constructivism, and we had to, find and create we had the opportunity to find different online tools. So this has been around for a very long time, but I'm not sure if people are familiar with the kia.com. And I have this one is shared on English, but they do different subjects as well. And Romeo and Juliet final exam. Look at that. There's a quiz that could test on that. English irregular verbs. But what I did pull out was my favorite was this matching. And so you could do this type of thing. You could even create. Oh, I wonder if, Nina, those U flag things, you can put your own words in. Remember the
awesome. Yeah.
So, and I just thought of something, Abby, you could put in some Spanish words with those. Let me see if it's not under UFly. Here it is, Games for UFly Foundations. Did I demonstrate these last time? I haven't seen.
think so.
Okay. UFly games. I went to a conference and somebody from UFly was demonstrating these. So you can do matching, you can do games with all these. I'll pull this bingo one, but you can choose words from their program. And if you're not familiar with their program, and this is all free. Well, I'm going to go through the UFly scope and sequence. And if you have a kid who's struggling, it doesn't matter the age. Yes, this is designed for K2. We can hide that part and not tell that to our kids. Because if I have some kids who are struggling with, let's say, even here, AUGH, lesson 93, I'm going to select words from UFly Foundations, and I'm going to jump down to lesson, let's see, let's 103. You prefix UN. Oh, here's some prefixes, PRE and pre and re. And there we go, it creates my words. So you notice what I said, I can also custom word lists, so you could add in your Spanish words, Abby. More opportunities for practice on that. I'll put that into the chat box for you, as well as the scope and sequence for those of you who want to see. Let's see, I can't use the Chrome extension one here. So great resource practices. With the Kia, what I like about this one with the Greek and Latin roots is that, and actually I have a whole bunch of Greek and Latin roots ones because I was teaching high school at the time, and this was an area of focus of mine. But I like that they can see them, and it's not a memory thing. So they would choose, for example, let's see, spec having to do with look, and anthropos having to do, you guys can help me on this, man. Photo having to do with light, born with or knowing having to do with incognito is not a good word, cognition. SPIR we talked about earlier, having to do with breathing and life. Foot for ped, sound for phono, and therm for heat. And then if you start over, it's going to have some that we already did and some new ones. And so, yeah, I hope I didn't jump too much about your Spanish example, but I thought about this as, and I think kia.com also has Spanish as well. I think you could choose. Oh yeah, look at all those. So just different ways for getting them practice. We don't have to reinvent the wheel all the time. So let's see, go down here. Yep, Spanish 1 through 4, it looks like. As well as some others, people are just making things and adding them to this. I think it's an open, people can add on like, what do they call those? Like Wikipedia or Wiki things. So that's one of my other favorite games. I'll put it in there for you. Oh, I didn't put let me grab this one, the matching Greek and Latin roots. Thanks, Abby. How about someone else? What are some thoughts?
I like that the kids were talking, they were listening, they were writing, and there's a lot of repetition within a really short period of time. I did think, oh my goodness, I don't know if my high school students would sit there and like do it. And the person who was doing the example, I'd like to redo it again. I'm like, I feel like they would do it once and be like, I got this. I'm going to just start writing mine. But, you know, I mean, they were very disciplined for sure. But you can tell like kids are kids. It probably took her a lot of time to create that structure and that routine and expectation. So, it was pretty cool. I mean, more the multimodal and frequency was really awesome to see.
Thanks, Melissa. When I was learning Slingerland, I was told of a classroom that had a high school classroom where the teacher put paper on the window and the door so that kids going by wouldn't see them all doing this. And after a while, the kids said to the teacher, you can take that off. We don't care, because they noticed it was working. And they're like, this is helping me remember it. Then whatever, they can all just kind of.
The buy-in, right?
Yes. When you see that success, that's what helps it as well.
I have to say also on that note, so I was a teacher who taught middle school and high school, and we taught using a program called Language. And in the language program, you use your
Language with the exclamation point.
Yeah.
That's the one I was referring to with that big binder.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I've taught language. And so our students are part of the program is you use your right arm because you're activating the left side of your brain when you're moving your right hand. And that's where the research shows the comprehension and all of that stuff. So my students would turn it into almost a game and a beat. So a lot of times, we would be doing the hand motions, and then a couple kids in the back might start doing some like a rhythm and beat in the background. And so I used to think like, oh God, they're not, this is going to be, and they really embrace it. They see it works. And they also, I have to say, you make it fun. So they kind of go in with it too. So I have to say, like, as a teacher who's done it, you don't have to worry about that too much. Like, yeah.
Abby's saying total physical response. And yes,
Yeah.
it is. You have to be active.
And Abby, I actually was going to bring up TPR with you because my mom is a Spanish teacher also. So a lot of she took my kid. I had a keyboard in my room and she took it to the classroom because they used to turn everything into a song or a gesture. So turning our words into a gesture, and then the students would teach it to each other, was not just a fun way to do it, but was really working to activate their brain and that remembering. So
I also really like the TPR that they had, the hands in the motion. I know oftentimes when I'm like, wait, how do you spell that? I do the same thing. And so just having that as a whole class helps the students feel like they're on the same page.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Angela. That was, like I said, an example of a Slingerland classroom. And it's funny because I recognize the person who's observing them. You could see the woman in the back watching. So thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. So this was some of the practices. Oh, actually, this one came from University of Michigan on what should morphology instruction look like. So I'll put this into the chat box for you. And I love some of these examples, like what's the base word in these, and helping your kids pull off those suffixes and recognizing that connection. One of the ones I find people struggle with a lot is the word usually, because they struggle with those two L's, and your base word is usual. And it's not that I'm sticking a suffix Y and I'm doubling that L, because it is a usual occurrence. It's an adjective that when I'm changing it to how I'm doing it, how it occurs usually, that's when, sorry, not how, but it's changing from an adjective to an adverb. So I'm adding suffix ly, not suffix y. And those are those things that we have to help our kids understand what these suffixes do, the purpose of them. Less means you are without, full means you are with. Mouthy, that Y makes it into an adjective. That ABLE, of course, you heard her talking using, say, the past tense with that ED. And look at, unhelpful, you've got that the prefix on as well. Here's another one from that article. Let's match them, add the suffixes. This one might be challenging. And I had a colleague or somebody I was working with say that this might be hard for kids to, is it loveful? Could be, but then we've got lovable, that might be better. Treating, grateful, moody, doing, saddish, sadly, probably better. Pinkish. And of course, a lot of these could apply to many ways, but then you might have to think about, okay, remember your doubling rule with sad. If you have saddish or sadden, you're going to have to double that D. Grateful, I can leave the E, but if I said grating, like I'm grating some cheese, I'm going to have to drop the E. We don't have any ones that end in Y to think about just the complexity of these suffixes. Oh, I had I do have a sorting one. This was in our Jamboard. We can do we have such a small group, we should do this stuff together, but I did put one in the Jamboard for us. These were from the first ones. So I see only a couple of people are on there. I'll put it on the chat again if you all want to help, and I can move it and we talk. And so sorting, and look, then once you do it, the kinds of words that we have here, we have MENT, like government and statement. We have some disses here. Here's shipment. And we have some fulls. Up here's another meant. And we can talk about what they have in common and then helping us see the meaning. There's another full over here and a meant. Another full. Thanks for the help, whoever's adding on the disses here. And so just thinking about, okay, now looking at these words, we can extrapolate. Thank you, Nadia. What does the MENT mean? I govern, I am talking about government. I can ship something, or it is a vehicle, but I can talk about the shipment, the statement, the temperament. Those are all nouns versus all those disses. They're not all the same part of speech. Disown is a verb and distrust is a verb. Disengage is a verb, but disability is an adjective and disappear is another verb. So I have three verbs and an adjective, but what it does is it negates it, doesn't it? It goes in that different direction. Versus the FUL makes it more of. Okay, I know some people are having to go, but we have a few other things and then we'll have just another conversation. We'll let out early today. Did I put another activity in here, Nina, or was just that the only one?
Let me check, but I love this one here. So as an example of something you could either have, like if you have it virtually, you could have kids go into their own little groups, right? And do this virtually. Or in the classroom, you could have them at their tables or do the big poster paper around the classroom. And they could then sort, and then in their groups, now we have an opportunity for discussion, right, with our students. So we could put some discussion starters also up there. And then this is a chance for, maybe we pulled these from the text we're going to be reading this week. So now we're also previewing, giving them a chance to preview some of the text before they even get into it. So I just love how this one little activity can just be utilized and brought in so much for our students. And it can be done in small groups for them. And you can just be walking around, listening in, getting some ideas, and then have them kind of share out later on. So yeah, sorry, Alicia, I just wanted to.
No apologies needed, as I like the jumping in and the connecting. And I invite the others to do that as well.
I don't think we have.
I think so too. I think we can go on to a little bit more about semantics.
Yeah.
We've kind of talking about that meaning a little bit. So this is looking at when you mentioned earlier those different units of language. So we're thinking about individual words, about what do we mean, what does it mean, versus the entire text, versus of course the sentence level. And I think that's a great example that I don't remember where I got this, that I didn't come up with this, that destination and last stop mean the same thing, but they do have subtle shades of meaning. If you say, what is your destination? Where are you going? But what is your last stop? You definitely know that if you might be riding on the tram, for example, or what we call it, the light rail, but then again, is it in what kind of journey are we talking about? Is it a physical journey, or is it a personal or spiritual journey? And I think this is a useful, when we've talked about that Velcro, we've talked about background knowledge a lot. And I've heard this, us making allusions to this statement and that complexity of written language with those different words that we're not going to hear necessarily in speech, and constructions that we don't hear in speech, it's like the passive voice. And that if kids are going to understand that, remember when Nina started off earlier talking about hearing them? And so we need to help them broaden through reading to them. And that's where, Abby, how much are you doing the reading of Shakespeare, or are they reading it to each other? And Edgar Allan Poe and some of these, it's like, we need to be exploring it and working with it orally first, don't we? Mhm. Go ahead.
Yeah, and this makes me think about, we mimic what we hear. So very rarely do you, as a child, listen, on your day to day to someone reading out loud. Other than when you're maybe really, really little and, someone's reading to you at home. So they had minimal opportunities for that. So as teachers in the classroom, I think that's our one chance to really get them to engage in like a real brief read aloud, or even give them the opportunity to do the audio version and things like that. And I would just be so happy in my mind to know or hear that it's not just happening in our ELA classes, that it's happening in the science class, in the social studies, in an art classroom. So yeah, that's just where my brain started going when you were sharing that. So.
Well, and it's funny because we did make a reference to this. I thought, did we talk about this yet? I'll go back to the word level first when we talk about, whoops, I don't know what I'm hitting that's doing that. Apologies. That word level, we've talked about morphemes. The semantic category, I'm not sure if we talked about that in a previous session and I've been thinking about this a lot in different way, how we categorize things and how, for example, when we're talking about different kinds of texts, we might have those specific kinds. Those are the semantic category would be kinds of texts. And I might have a semantic category of trees and have lots of different kinds of trees, or bodies of water. And I talk about that, the category is bodies of water, but then within those are those specifics. And so what is the the superordinate category that those things fit into. And then the syntactic is, of course, the grammatical. What are the connotations, that feeling, that figurative use? And we kind of talked about this, didn't we, too, is how does it build beyond those individual words to those phrases, the clauses, the sentence level, the textual level, and helping kids recognize how those work together, and recognize that through their own writing of these different kinds of sentences or texts, understanding it with their reading as well. Okay, a couple things. Oh, this one, I don't know, when Nina and I were reading this, I don't remember this being mine, but I think it's useful when we think about lexical semantics about the individual words, that look at this sentence here, is that in this sentence, the assassin killed Wacklehurst. Knowledge of the word assassin includes knowing that the individual is human, is a murderer, and kills important people. So it's, when you think about that assassin, it makes me think, I was just watching a movie about come on, Mr. Rogers, and how he dealt with, for children, the assassination of Bobby Kennedy, and understanding what does it mean when someone is assassinated? What does assassination mean? Who is an assassin? And so when you're thinking about those content words, those nouns, adjectives, verbs, adverbs, and some of the function words, so those are our prepositions, our articles, that we think about the different properties. Who is it? What's it? Let's think about the different properties of the word so we can help make sure we understand those thoroughly. Apparently, what on earth? Oh, I included this one, just a reminder for us. Whoops, I thought that was all. Recognizing we need to have that language comprehension as well as our word recognition. And we can then build those out into, remember earlier when we were talking about what goes into fluency, a lot. When Aaron and I were making this, I kept saying, we need more arrows. I think we initially started with the arrows on the bottom, but recognizing that language comprehension, that background knowledge, those pieces we were talking about earlier, Abby, it affects all of these components. It contributes to my oral language as well as my vocabulary, as well as my fluency and comprehension. And of course, look at how these really work together to build upon each other as well. I know I've shown the next one, so I'm going to skip that. We also have heard a lot of questions about how do we group kids and what they need. And so I love we started off today with fluency, that bullet of listening to kids, students read. How do we figure out what they need, which angle of the stool are they struggling with? Accuracy, automaticity, prosody. What kinds of errors do they make? Let's talk to them about their reading. How deeply are they understanding? Or is it just that surface, or is that deeper? And then let's look at their writing. So it's not just spelling errors, but they're communicating through writing what they're understanding too. And it's all that building relationships piece. We talked about the surface and deep, so I think this is just an illustration of that. But I think about why are we reading? Are we reading it for, is it a familiar text, or is it like a recipe, something we're reading for pleasure? Are we clicking online? That's that surface, but then that deep is really creating a world and connecting and inferring. So this is from Marianne Wolf's, I think that's from the Proust and the Squid. Finding kids' needs, we did talk about the different kinds of assessments a while back, so I'll put a link into the chat box about this. I think this is, oh, yes, I did find this one. I do remember this one. This is a great resource on, there's a visual of that. Evidence-based assessment of this in the science of reading. So I think this is so useful looking at why are we doing this assessment? What is the assessment about? Who gets it? When do we do it? I love this analogy. And then some examples. And so with the difference between the universal screeners, the diagnostics, the progress monitoring, and the outcome evaluation, which you saw on this table, but this goes a bit more in depth. So I'll put that into the chat box for you because I find it useful and I think you may as well. All right. The way rather that we organized our last breakout today, and again, we're down to not enough to go into breakouts unless you want to. But if you're comfortable doing a whole group, we're just going to though kind of share with you instead of we had originally planned on having multiple rooms. So what we can do is we can either talk about all three of these different topics, or we can jump into breakout rooms if we'd like, or we can pick one and whatever you all would like to address on these. We do have a couple of prompts for them. This was the morphological room was going to be the number one that Nina put in. Thank you for that, Nina. Looking at word structure analysis and spelling. The semantics and text sets was looking at reading Rocket's examples. And then the grouping and meeting needs was looking at the IES practice guide. So I'll go back to the first one that talks about all three of them and open it up to the group. If you'd like to, talk about any one of those, we can talk about them in depth, or if you want to have separate ones, we can do that. I'm open to what the group would like to do. Thanks, Melissa. I love how you're flexible too. Angela, go ahead, Nina.
No, I was wondering also if there might be an option to do like they can look a loan zone. They can look at the resources for like maybe a little bit, and then we'll come back together and share out like some of the stuff that we found.
I like that idea. Why don't we do about maybe 5 minutes of a loan zone, and then we'll come back together. And then we'll choose and share what we'd like to share at that point in time. So I'll pause the recording. Thanks, Nina.
Yeah, of course.
I did it again. I paused the sharing instead of the recording. I have resumed recording. So who would like to start off? Go ahead, Melissa.
So I did the number 3, grouping and meeting needs, diving into the IES practice guide 8. I had looked at it already, so I was like, okay, maybe it'll give me a chance to like dive a little bit deeper into it. And what I really liked about it is it echoes a lot of the PD that's out there currently. And with OSPI guidance, it's just with like the huge amounts of like goals that we're setting for our ML students, our full inclusion. We're really been working hard with full inclusion in our district, and then trying really hard to figure out how do we support that model and supporting teachers who may not necessarily have that, like that skill set. I mean, they have it, but it's like being more intentional around it. So I really liked seeing that it echoed the same things. I literally was in a training yesterday for a book around called The 7 Steps. And her first name is Carol. I think Carol Silva. I know I should know it, but I know. And it's a push that our multilingual department is pushing, but it echoes some of the very same practices for structured literacy, science of reading, and when I'm looking at this intervention work, and it's a lot that teachers already have this skill set, and it's just kind of having that reminder around it. And I keep trying to figure out a way to present it in a way that is easy, and like making small adjustments to instructional practice, and it's hitting all 3, like,
Yeah.
like parts of the 7 steps, I was like, okay, that's good. But when I think of structured literacy and explicit instruction, I would add just this one more piece. Like, yes, multimodal, but go for 3 times per minute when you're instruction, right? So just those little tweaks to the lay over the practices to help teachers just umbrella that.
Thanks for sharing, Melissa. I appreciate that. Robin or Abby or Angela, if you'd like to contribute too.
I can go next. Or Robin, were you gonna go?
No, you go.
Okay. All right. So I did number 2, semantics and text sets, because I noticed it was QFT protocol, and it's so funny because I was just in a training today, and I've used QFT in the past, and I'm gonna be using it for sure next year. And I'm really excited because we're a project-based learning school. All of our projects have a driving question, and usually that's all like teacher generated. But I'd love to see our students move towards more independent inquiry. And I like on the website, it talks about using QFT in preparation for a Socratic seminar. And I'm literally having a Socratic seminar on Friday in my class. So it was just like really relevant to me. I was like, yes, this is exactly what I need. So QFT is basically like it's question formulation technique. And so it's a really good way to help students unpack semantics in a text. And the idea is that because it is student driven and student created, there's more engagement, there's more investment from the students because they're guiding their own inquiry of a text. And so it kind of divides it up into open-ended questions and like closed-ended. I don't think that's quite the right word, but
Yeah, you're right. Open-ended and closed-ended questions.
okay, yeah. And so you have to kind of manipulate the questions and be aware of like, how could you make a closed-ended question into an open-ended question and vice versa? And both of those types of questions have value when you're thinking about the semantic meaning of a text, because you might need a closed-ended question to help support background knowledge about the text or what a word means, or just kind of like the comprehension. And then you ideally go into open-ended questions to generate discussion, to go more into like analysis of the text and the kind of deeper level thinking that you do in the upper grades. So I was really excited to see this because I needed this resource today, and it just like fell onto my desk. So it was cool.
Love it when that happens. And Robin, did you choose the other one or did you choose one of the ones that they did?
I did the same one as Abby.
Mhm.
I feel title. Maybe it's because she's been my partner in the past, so I'm just generating her mind. I don't know. She did a great job of like summarizing it. I really appreciate just that this is also one way to get kids to start thinking about questioning themselves on those two different levels that you talked about. And that whole kind of metacognitive piece, getting them to kind of analyze their own questions and why would you use them, because that's how we're gonna create strategic readers that then become skilled readers.
Love it. Thank you, Robin. How about you, Angela? Are you able to unmute and contribute?
Yeah, so I really liked this. I was looking at the spelling one. And I just want to like ponder more with the students and look into language as a playing with words. Because I think when we learn through play, it resonates a lot better with us. And so like using language even in upper grades, bigger vocabulary terms, but just the approach, change the approach to something more engaging with action would be very awesome to see.
I love that. What I like about this as an assessment is that when you, and let me see if I can rotate it. No, it's not letting, oh, here we go, this one. Is that you're not looking at whether or not they get the word correct. I mean, yes, that's one element here on the left. The right, the word spelled correctly. But you're looking for specific things along the way where they can get additional points. So, I mean, it makes me think of one student I was consulting about. Here, I'll make that a little bit bigger. I can see you looking closely. And the school said, well, look at all the words he got wrong. I said, yes, but look at all the parts he got right. And so I want to build on those strengths and say, okay, maybe he's not able to get all of scratches, but he's got the TCH, so he's got that piece. Or what pieces can we build on and recognize those positives? And Angela, I love you're thinking about, let's take it beyond just the spelling to let's look at the meaning and look at what we can do with that and that as well. And let's take here are some of those others. I mean, correspond. Let's look at that CO of meaning having to do with, and correspond having to do. Let's break that down and maybe go to not to one look, but let's go to Adam Online and explore what do we mean by correspond and what are words that are related and what's the origin. It comes from the French correspondeur, but here's that com, which means that with. And respond, let's look at respond a little bit more. Re means back. We remember that one from the video. And sponsor, to pledge. So that's interesting. Look at how much more I'm learning about, the correspond, respond, despond, even spouse is connected. So you can see those, going those connections and meaning. Did everybody have a chance to contribute? Or let's talk about instead also whole group responding to what others explored. I love Robin, you said you and Abby were on the same page already. I've got a chance to respond. How about you?
I guess it's cool that we all chose different ones because there's so few of us and it magically worked out. And I appreciate that because I didn't obviously have a chance to look at the other resources. So being able to have like this distilled version of it from you guys was really helpful and beneficial for me to think like, how could I incorporate this stuff in my classroom that I don't normally do? So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Abby. And I think that connects to what Melissa had said of one piece at a time. Go ahead, Robin.
I just really appreciated this spelling root cause and going through it. Because it's like the thing that my teachers need. They need they're always asking me, how are they going to find out what kids' needs are? And that, so attract something that lets them think about the different pieces
Mm.
And the person who shared about this idea that that then helps you look at word play or word study instead of vocabulary and
Mhm.
spelling and getting kids to, interact with words will help them generate some background knowledge as well. And so I liked that and thinking about the different pieces a little bit.
I appreciate that. Going beyond and getting them talking to each other, as we've talked about a lot tonight.
Well, and I've had lots of discussions around like, what words do I choose to focus on as a teacher? Like, and thinking about how words are constructed kind of sometimes helps you think about that. It's not always the tier 3 word they need. They need the words that are also going to help them in a discussion. They're going to use the most that helps them deal with the different parts of other words in other ways. And so I really appreciated that. Somebody digging into that for me.
You're making me wonder if in our handouts here, not that one, secondary series, I know we had some vocabulary pieces, different kinds of vocabulary lessons. But what you reminded me of was when I was teaching high school, one of my colleagues took a bunch of the process words lists, and I'll look for it and I'll put it in here, and I'll put this link in case I do find it for you. Let me copy the link. And what she did is she took off the heading, so it was like the Bloom's taxonomy lists that are like, here are all these words that mean to analyze, all these words mean to categorize, all these words mean to evaluate. And then she would take off that header word and give the words lists to her students and say, okay, let's match these. Which ones do you think are evaluate? Which ones are analyze? Which ones are list? And see how they can see these synonyms and these words that are related to each other. So when you said it's not always a tier 3 word, it's those tier 2 words that they really need to understand, because that's where the directions in tests are, the directions in homework assignments. It's making sure they understand what they're being asked to do.
And
So
those,
Mhm.
oh, Alicia, and those tier 2 words we know are the ones that have the most word parts. So that's where we're going to be able to, and that can be something else to think about as a teacher, is like when I'm trying to decide which word gives me the most bang for my buck, it's going to be ones where we can break down and then like, let's come up with more words that have this part. And then, yeah, so that's going to be a good way to think about that too.
Yeah, so I will look for that and see and put it into that chat box for you, because I thought that was a great exercise to do with the kids. All right, so in our last few minutes, like I said, we're probably going to get out early. We have a nice small group today. We just have a few things. We're going to repost the resource guide so you can make sure you have everything. And the link that I just shared in the chat box will go in the resource guide too. Everything that we've been sharing in the chat is going to go in the resource guide, so you have everything in one place. But I'll put it in there again. If you haven't gotten it already tonight, make sure you add and in the chat box, the attendance link. There you go. Thanks, Nina. And remind you just our framework reminder of and who we have to support. There we do have a link on our competency drivers. So I'll grab that link as well, so we can think about all of the pieces that go into making sure that we're successful with all of our students. And so I'm just going to give you a moment to think about the whole series. What's something you want to take with you? Why is it important? And what do you hope to do next? So either choose a what, a so what, or now what, or you can say what I saw or heard, it made me wonder, so now I want to try, or rave, crave, and fave. I'll stop talking and give you a moment as we think about the whole series. And then we have a couple of opportunities for continuing learning and resources. So let me give you about 2 minutes with that. And you can either put it on the Jamboard or put it into the chat box, whichever you're more comfortable. I'll create a Jamboard frame for it. Thank you for starting us off, Abby. I did put this into the chat, into Jamboard if you'd like. Abby, do you mind if I read it for people who are watching the video and not able to with us today? When I saw the, go ahead, or you can read it if you'd like, if you're comfortable.
That's okay, you can do it.
When I saw the ideas about direct instruction for vocabulary, it made me wonder how I can do that in my classroom. So now I want to try working with Latin roots with my students. Angela's added, what made me smile when I heard that read aloud is very important. It is a really great tool for so many literacy pieces and reasons. Thank you, Angela. Someone else. Well, the invitation is always there, either in chat box or on breakout. I mean, on Jamboard. I love, I don't know if this came from you, Nina, but there's just breathing, making sure that we are supporting ourselves and each other. And particularly because I know you all have a lot to do in these next few weeks. So I want to, as we are closing up the year, we do have some opportunities for you to continue learning and reading. That I have a high school resource here. I'm a high school reading resource teacher. What should I do? I'll also grab the links for these free learning opportunities and put them into the chat. And Nina, was there anything? Oh, I think we'll add all of these. Let's see what else we have in here. Oh, we have some movies as well. I'll put all these links. And is there anything else you'd like to, as I'm doing that, close out with, Nina?
No, just I'm really grateful that you guys were able to attend today and just keep accessing the tools. There's so many good pieces here for you to just take a look at. And I invite you to just share them with your teammates as well. Maybe have them look at some of it for you so you don't have to, and then they can come back with like some of their ideas too. So yeah, but just thank you again for meeting with us, and I hope you guys have a really great end of your school year.
Thank you, Nina.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here are those words. Oh, we do have another one. Thank you. It made me smile to explore word study and word play to help think about the whole series from the phonemes to comprehension. Thank you with that, Melissa. I'll put these movies in as well. The Right to Read, it's just the preview. Blame it on Gutenberg. It is the whole movie. If you haven't had a chance, you can see that on the link. Dyslexia, the movie, I think, is just a preview. Hopeville as well. Michael is the whole movie. I think it's about 20 minutes. It's really powerful. And individuals with dyslexia. Our dyslexic children and like stars on Earth. So all of those are going into the chat box. Like I said, Nina's putting them on our resources. And we are going to make sure we are leaving you with our contact information and our wishes for a fantastic summer and a great year for you. If we don't see you again next year. And if we do it next year, we're going to email it to you so you can pass it on to everyone else as well. So thank you for all of your engagement, and you all have a great time. Thank you. I'll go ahead and stop the recording.